What if I told you that you can build your own YouTube from scratch with only Python and a few simple tools? Stick around. I'm about to show you exactly how. So, in this first part of our two-part series, right? Here's what we're gonna build, right? So this is more like our home page, right? And as you can see on the left here, we have navigation, right? Home, view videos, view history, and the channels, the logged in user would have subscribed to, right? Then on the right here, we have these, right? Videos, right? And on top here, we have more like categorization of our videos, right? Then these are clickable, right? And this is scrollable, right? So as many categories we have, right, everything can be scrolled and you can scroll with ease, right? And see everything we need, right? Then on top of this scroll part, right, we have this search bar, right? And with this search bar, you can search easily, right? You can search easily, right? And it works. Then we have this create button. This one we use it to upload notifications, the logged in user's profile picture, right? And also you can see the person who uploaded the video, like if you click on their profile picture, you can enlarge it, right? So here, right, we have videos, right? So here we have 6 videos, right? So let's just click on this one. Okay. So when this pop-up shows, right, the video automatically plays, right? And here you can see the progress of the video being played, right? And on the eyes here we have this volume part, right? And it actually works, right? Okay. As you can see, it actually works, right? So I'm gonna pause this. So below it, we can see this profile picture, right, of the person who uploaded the video title, if if the logged in user liked the video or the logged in user is subscribed to the video, right? And these two are fully functional. Then you can see the name of the person who uploaded it. Here it was Bob. The video is 120 views, 25 likes. This is the description, right? And in the bottom here, we have comments. So Alice said, nice explanation, bro. So this one has one comment, right? And on the right, we have other recommended videos, right? So we have this one, this one, this one, this one. So we clicked on this one, right? So let's try clicking on this one to see if we can switch on to the other video, right? Okay. So as you can see, we moved on to the other video ease, right? And the setup is just the same, right? Comments. So this one has 2 comments. Charlie commented, very helpful, thank you. Then we have Bob saying, great tutorial, right? So this is what we're gonna work up basically, right? Step by step, not skipping any part or whatever, right? So get your text editors ready and let's code. So before we get started, right, we are definitely going to need a few Python packages, right? So I've left the link to this page and the video description, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to scroll down and we're going to click here, right? So that we can download the zip file, right? So this is the one we're going to use, right? So let me just click here so that I can view it inside my downloads folder, right? So this one and this one are just the same thing, right? So what you can do is here is right click. Then we're gonna need the path to this. So we're gonna say copy as path, right? So let's close this and let's minimize this. We can actually close it. We're not gonna need it. So in your text editor, right, you're gonna open your terminal. So what we're gonna do inside this terminal, right? We're gonna say pip install. So we're gonna install Kivy, right? Put some space. Then we're gonna paste our link, some space. Then we're gonna say ff Pi player. So we're gonna need this to play our videos, right? Then we're gonna need our MySQL connector, right? So you're gonna say MySQL dash connector dash Python, right? So let me just go through these so that we don't have the typo, right? So pip install Kivy then our KivyMD zip, FF player, MySQL connected dash Python, right? So here you're just gonna run it, press enter. So I already have these packages installed, right? So if you follow the link in the video description, right, you're gonna get to my GitHub repository and you're gonna find the starter template, right? So the starter template is structured like this. At the top here, we have the app folder, and inside here, we have the init.py, right? So this is what we're gonna be using to import everything. So there's going to be like the main window, right? As you can see here. So this is the main app. So all of the custom widgets are going to be imported in here, and screens, all of the screens, if we create more, we're gonna import them in here, right? So let me close this. Then below the app folder, we have the assets. So here we have this one is written cover. This is gonna be cover pages. Then we have fonts, we have images, profile. So these are profile pictures, thumbnails, and videos, right? Then we have views. So views here we have home. So this is a screen. So this is the home screen. And underneath the home screen, we have the create screen.py, right? So we're gonna be using this to create our screens. So below the views folder, we have widgets. So these are the custom widgets we're gonna be creating inside our app, right? So we have custom buttons, custom images, labels, layouts, models, pop-ups, tables, text field, video.py, right? So we might use some of these. We might create new ones. We might not use even some of them, right? So we're just gonna keep them in here, right? Because we don't know what we're gonna do. We're just freestyling through this, right? Then underneath that, we have the create.py file, right? So we're gonna be using this to create our database, create our tables, and populating them with dummy data, right? Then we have the main.py file. So if we run the main.py file, we should just get an empty white screen, right? Okay. So now get your text editors ready and let's code. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna navigate to views, then home, then open home.kv, right? So here home.kv is just empty, right? So what I'm gonna do in here is first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna put a box layout and give it an orientation of vertical, right? So here, right, let's put a box layout, right? And now let's give it some orientation of vertical, right? Let's give it some spacing. So when I put some spacing of 20 display pixels like this, right? And let's add some padding. So when it comes to padding, right, we can leave the bottom part without any padding. And then we're just gonna put 20 on top, 20 on the left and right side, right? The reason why I wanna do this, right, since this is going to be the main box layout inside the home screen, right, is that at the bottom we can actually scroll and view more videos at the bottom, right? So there won't be like a cutout that's just empty and it's just white at the bottom. Like we can just gonna have like our thumbnails. You just if it's at the bottom, right, it's just gonna be start directly at the bottom so that the visual when you scroll up, it's just going to appear a little bit better. Right? So here let's put our square brackets, right? So inside here, excuse me, I'm just gonna copy this. Then this is going to be the left padding, then the top padding, right padding, then the bottom padding, I'm just gonna put 0, right? Then we're gonna save this. So by default, right, KivyMD has a white background, right? But I actually prefer just putting our the color at the background, right? So what I'm gonna do here, just gonna say canvas dot before, then you will say color GBA semicolon. You're just gonna say error GBA, then put parentheses. Inside parentheses, we're gonna put a hex code. So we're gonna say hashtag and put 6Fs, right? So this is white. Then underneath our color, we need to set a rectangle. Then pause. We're gonna set it to self.pause. Then size, we're gonna set it to self dot size like this, right? So this is gonna put our white background, right? So if you run to check this, you're not gonna see any difference because it's just gonna be a white background, right? So inside this box layout, right, you need to put two main box layouts. So here we're gonna say box layout, right? So this one, we just need it to be horizontal, right? So let's give it some size int y. So we're gonna say size int underscore y. So we're gonna set this to none. Then let's give it some height. So let's make our height 40 display pixels for now. Then we're gonna see if we need to add more, right? Then let's give it some spacing. Let's just give some spacing of 20 display pixels. So this should be fine, right? So I'm gonna copy this, then paste it below it, right? Then I'm just gonna get rid of this height. So let's put a comment here. So I'm just gonna say top nav, right? Then here I'm just gonna say rest of it, right? Then save it. So I'm just gonna put some space here. Okay. So now if we run this, we can't see anything, right? But this top nav, right? This box layout here, right? So this is going to contain our logo. It's gonna contain a search box. It's gonna contain the avatar, and the avatar is going to be a button. So we're just gonna make sure that if we click on it, we can see the logged in users profile, right? Their videos and the other stuff, right? Then we're gonna have a button for notifications. Then we're gonna have a button to create to add our videos, right? So first let's add our logo, right? So here we're gonna say image. Then let's give it a size int x, right? So when I say size int x is going to be none, and our width, let's start with 140 display pixels, right? Then let's give this some source, right? So we have our images, right? So when I say assets, then images, then we're gonna say logo, right? So let me check our assets folder to see if this is a PNG or JPG. Okay, so it's a PNG. Okay, like this, right? Then right here we need to have our search box, right? Then below it, that's where we're gonna put our what do you call it? Our notifications and other stuff, right? So next to our image, right? Let's put a box layout, right? And let's give it some padding. Let's put square brackets, right? So for the left and right padding, just let's put 10 display pixels, right? Then the top and bottom padding, let's put 2.5 display pixels, right? Then let's give this some spacing. Let's give it some spacing of, let's say, 20 display pixels. And let's say this. Then inside of it, let's put a float layout. So remember when we were looking at the folder structure, right? We had this, where do we have it? Layouts here, right? So this has some custom layouts, right? So here we can just put a custom box layout, right? like this. So let's continue. And so the custom box layout has some shadow around it or below it, right? So it's just gonna pop up, right? And look okay here. Okay, so inside this custom box layout, let's continue putting our stuff. So here we have a float layout. So we're gonna say size underscore int underscore x. We're gonna set it to none, and width, let's set it to self dot height, so that it's going to be a square, right? So inside of float layout, let's add an MD icon. So the icon we're gonna put here, we're just gonna say icon. Let's put magnify. So this is going to be I'm forgetting the name of it. The thing you use to search, right? That's mostly used as a search icon. So after doing this, so this is going to be black in color by default, right? So we're not gonna do much to this. So let's add some position in so that we can position our icon in the center of our float layout, right? Excuse me. So int, right? So let's put some curly braces here inside here. So first we need to say center x, right? So we're gonna set this to 0.5, right? So this positions our widget at the center horizontally, right? So to position it at the center vertically, we need to say center underscore y, and we need to set it to 0.5 also, like this. So let's put a comma here, right? So this places our MD icon at the center of this float layout, right? So next to our float layout, we need to put a text field, right? So this is our custom text input widget, right? So you want to say text field, then let's give it an ID. So let's give it an ID of search, right? Then here we're gonna say int underscore text. So we're gonna set this to, let's just set it to search. So we're gonna say search dot 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 like this. Then here we're gonna say multi-line. We're gonna set this to false, just like this, right? So let's save it. So let's run this and see if we can see our custom box layout, right? Okay. So here we have our logo, right? So we called it YouTube, right? YouTube clone. Okay. So here we have our search box, right? So the custom box layout has these shadows around it, right? So that's why I opted to choose it, so that we can have our search box looking a bit okay against the white background, right? So now let's add our icons. So let me minimize this. So after adding our custom box layout, right? So what we're gonna do right here is now we need to add our icons, right? So we're gonna follow this format here of using a float layer, then add our MD icon button inside of it, right? Okay, so let's do that real quick. So here we're not gonna use a float layout, right? So we're gonna use our custom float layout, right? So this is going to have the same effect as our custom box layout. So it's just gonna have a shadow around it so that it pops up against the white background, right? So custom float layout, right? Let's give it some size int x. So you're gonna say size int underscore x. It's going to be none. So let me just copy this and paste it here, right? Then let's tab it properly. So shift tab, right? Like this. So now, right, this needs to be an MD icon button like this, right? Then what you're gonna need to do here is we need to put in a bell icon, right? Then after putting a bell icon, then we're gonna put our avatar, right? So this icon needs to be changed to bell outline like this, right? So let's keep the positioning into where it is, right? We're just gonna keep it like that. Then give this some color, right? But since it's just going to be, I think by default it's going to have some bluish color, right? The theme color of the new KivyMD. So let's make sure that this text, this icon is black, right? So to do that, right, we need to say theme underscore text underscore color. I'm just gonna set it to custom, right? Then text underscore color. Then we make this black. So let's just say black like this, right? Save it. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it here, right? Then I'm gonna tap this once like this, okay? So now our notification icon is looking okay, right? So I'm going to duplicate this, then paste it here, right? Then inside this custom float layout, right? We're gonna put a profile picture, right? Excuse me. So if we navigate to our widgets folder, right, we have this images.py. So inside here, right, so you see here we have custom profile picture, right? So we're gonna use this. So let's scroll down. So this only takes in the source of our profile picture, right? And if we click on it, we code this one. Or we actually code this one. So we're gonna enlarge your image, right? So let's look at this. Because we used this, right, when we were creating the Amazon clone, right? So we didn't change much. Some of the colors are still the same. So just have to be careful a bit, right? Okay. This is looking okay. So this one is 0096C7, right? So I'm thinking of making this blue, red actually. It's actually blue. So first let's say FF, then let's put 4 6s, right? Like this. So this is going to be red, but a little bit down, a little bit light. It's not too intense. Right. So let's do this like this. So let's navigate back to home.kv. So here when I say custom profile picture, right? So let's pass in our source, right? So our source is going to be root.avatar, right? So let's we're gonna make sure that we have this inside our home.py. For now, let's give this some positioning like this, right? So that we make sure that this is centered inside our custom float layout. So let's open home.py. Okay. So we have this avatar, right? So root.avatar calls this variable, right? So let's run this and see if we can view our avatar, right? Okay. So here, right, we can see a little bit of a shadow, and if you hover on it, it darkens like this, right? And let's click here. So here we can enlarge our avatar, right? So let's close this. So between this search box and this icon, we're just gonna add a button. So this button, if we click on it, we should get a pop-up. Excuse me. We should get a pop-up. That pop-up will allow us to add a new video, right? Okay, so let's minimize this. And the red, I'm not exactly feeling it, but let's leave it for now. So let's minimize this. Navigate back to home.kv. Okay, so right here, right? So here we need to add a button, right? So let's navigate to widgets folder and open buttons. So here let's look at our custom buttons, right? So this is our navigation, custom button. So this takes in an icon, right? And some text. So here we have this color, right? So to match our color theme, right? Since we are cloning YouTube, right? Um, let's just make this black. So we're just gonna Control D this, and then make sure that everything is just black. So we're gonna put 6 zeros. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. Save it. Okay. So where do we have our custom button? Okay. So I'm gonna Control D, Control C this, right? Navigate to 1.kv and paste it here, right? So yeah, let's give it our icon. So yeah, let's just say plus, right? Then our text is going to be, should we say add or upload? Let's just say create. I believe that's the way it is written on YouTube, right? And let's give this some size int. So here we're gonna say size int underscore x. We're gonna set this to none, and our width. Let's start with 100 display pixels, then see if we can increase it or reduce it. So, okay, so let's run this and see what we have, right? Okay, so here we have our create button. We can actually leave 100 display pixels. It's just fine, right? Okay, so for now, let's leave this, right? And work on the rest of it, right? So that we can have our navigation, then our videos here, and some categories that we can use to filter, right? Then once we have the rest of it, we're gonna come back to creating our videos and the rest of the app, right? So let's continue. And we actually have a long record, so let's just get to it real quick. So let me minimize this. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna select this, right? Hold out, then push this upwards, right? Then you can have space to work with at the bottom here. So the first thing we need to do is we're gonna have level navigation on the left, then on the right is where we're gonna have our videos, right? So inside this box layout, right, we've added some spacing in its 20 display pixels, right? So let's create our first box layout. So let me just add a comment here, and it's just going to be left navigation like this, right? So this box layout, right? This let's give it some orientation of vertical, right? I don't think we should give this some space, right? Ready? First let's give it some size into X, right? And let's just set it to none, right? Then our width, let's set it to 140 pixels, right? If it's too much, we're just gonna reduce it to like 120, something like that, right? So I think it should give it some spacing. So let's do some spacing off. Let's not make it too much. So let's set it to 10 display pixels. Like this. Right. So inside here, right, we're just gonna have our navigation, right? So before we go any further, right, let me just copy this and paste this here, right? So this is going to be, let's just say the comment is just going to be right. Let's just say right box, right? Like this. Okay, I think that can actually work, right? But then let's get rid of this size int like this, right? Then with this one, let's up this spacing to 20 display pixels, right? So inside this one, we're just gonna put two box layouts. So the first one is going to be okay. So the first one is just going to have size int y of 40 display pixels, right? So size int y is going to be none, and the height is going to be 40 display pixels, like this. Then should we give this some spacing? Nah, let's leave it. Let's leave it like this, right? So inside here, right, we're gonna have so cause the main window, right? What I'm thinking of doing is we can have categories, right? So we can have like four videos. Then you can have other categories like podcasts, test drives, gaming, something like that, like coding and whatnot, right? So to make sure that we can do this with ease, right? So that we have like many categories, right? And there are more than like the space that we have to use, right? We can just scroll, right? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna put a scroll here. Then this scroll is just gonna scroll going a scroll horizontally on the left, going left and going right, right? Then below it we're gonna have our videos. And our videos are going to be scrolling, going up and down, right? So scrolling vertically, right? So inside I'm just gonna say scroll view, right? So just to make sure that we don't have a scroll bar, I'm just gonna say bar underscore width, and we're gonna set this to 0, right? And if by any chance we can see our scroll bar, right, just gonna make sure that the bar color is set to invisible. So we're gonna say bar color. Then you're gonna say 0,0,0,0, right? Then close this. So here we're just making sure that this is transparent. Then here let's give this some size int underscore x of none. Then the width. Okay, so we're gonna set our width to self.parent.width, right? So when I say self.parent.width, right? So when I give this, set this width to this width, right? The width of the parent box layout. Then inside our scroll view, so a scroll view only takes in one widget, so right? So to simulate a table going scrolling left and right, right? When I use a grid layout. So here when I say grid layout like this, and let's give this grid layout an ID. So our ID is going to be, let's just say categories list underscore list. Then let's give it some size int x. We're gonna set this to none. Okay. Then our width, let's set it to self dot minimum underscore width, right? So the width of this grid layout is just going to be the minimum width, right? So if we have 1,000 categories, right, that's going to be the size of the grid layout, right? And just to make sure that we don't have we can only have one row, right? So here we're just gonna say rows, and we're gonna set this to 1, right? So that everything is just going to be one line with everything stayed horizontally, right? Nothing goes underneath another one or on top of another one, right? So everything is just going from the left and instead going to the right, right? So after doing this, right, we can have our categories, right? Then let's just copy this whole thing, paste it below it. But here, right, we don't give this any size in Y, right? Then here we need to say self size in Y, right? And this needs to be height. So this is going to be self dot minimum height, like this. Okay, and this needs to be size in Y, right? So now here we need to change this to calls. Okay, so I believe the right side is just fine, right? But we don't have a way of testing this just yet. Okay. Um, let's scroll up, right? So this is going to be the right side. Um, let's just make sure that we can see some of these, right, before we go any further, right? So right here, right, let's navigate our widgets, right? So let me just close this. So okay, we actually have it open here, right? So we have buttons, right? So here we have navigation tab, then we have navigation tab. This one, I believe this one we were doing our what do we call it? Um Amazon clone, right? So here we need this one, right? So when I say navigation tab black, right? I don't think we're gonna need this filter here. But anyways, let's just keep it in there, right? And once we done displaying whatever we want, then we're gonna get rid of this. Okay, so this navigation tab, so it only takes in text, right? So on text, okay, so this one automatically calculates the text length, right? Okay, fine. So let me control D, control C this, go to 1.kv and let's paste this here. So this text in some text, right? So here when I say text and when I set it to testing, right? Then let's give it crop, right? So that we can only have one navigation tab with the steps set to down, right? So here we're just gonna say down like this, right? So let me just copy this and paste it a few more times, right? This okay, fine. You can just leave the grouping, the group to down, right? Then the first one, this we need to say state, you're going to down. So we're gonna change this name to categories, right? But for now, let's leave it like this for testing purposes, right? And let's run this and see if we can get something. Okay. So here we have our navigation, right? So I guess we need to paste this a few more times, right? So we can be able to scroll. So what we can do is we can actually change this text to black, right? Then we make sure that this gray area around this bold text, right, set it to black. Then we make sure that once this is set to down, right, we can just make sure the text inside of it is set to white, right? Because if you just click on this, you see this one becomes like the other ones, and this one becomes clear, right? So let's fix that real quick. So when do we have buttons.py navigation tab? Okay, so here we have navigation tab. So the state is normal, right? It's going to be transparent. Else, let's just make sure that it's black. The background is just black. Okay, save this. And the text, right? So this is supposed to be a gray color, right? So the state is normal, right? Let's make sure it's black. But if it's not, let's make it white. So here, let's put 6 Fs. So let's save this and run it. Okay. This is now much better, right? Okay. So let's minimize this and navigate back to home.kv, right? So the first one, let's just select it and set it to all like this, right? Then let me just select this and paste it a few more times, right? So that we can be able to scroll, right? Okay. So after doing this, right, we need to do the same inside here, right? Okay, yeah, we definitely need to do the same inside here, right? So let's navigate to buttons.py. Scroll up. So which one? We have a navigation tab with an icon. So we use this one, right? So now we have this one. We can edit this one, right? Then we just make sure that this one has an icon. So let's go to home.kv, right, and see what we can do. So, okay, I'm just gonna copy this, navigate to buttons.py and paste it here, right? Like this. So we make sure that the width of this label is automatically calculated using this, right? Then this one is set to minimum width. So now it is to calculate this part also. Okay, so it's fine, right? So let's go to home.kv. Just gonna scroll down, then copy a few of these. So let me select these. Let me just select the scroll view also. Then scroll up, then paste this here, right? Shift tab it once. Then this needs to be let me just say navigation. Okay. Get rid of the black part and put white, right? In the previous video, we were using this to display where we had the darker background. I believe it was like a very dark blue background, right? So this navigation tab had white text, right? So if we navigate to buttons.py, right? So now we don't need the background to be white, right? So let's get rid of this. We only want the icon to be white. And we don't need it to be white. We need it to be gray, right? So if it's normal, it's this color. But if it's not, we need it to be black. So we need 6 zeros here, like this. So we can leave this here. Then we need to copy this and paste it here, right? So let's save this and run our app. Okay, so we're only getting this one. Do we have anywhere still making this white by any chance? So the color of our text, right? Navigation tab, white. It's open 100 kg. Okay, so we need this to be cos 1, right? And this needs to be sizing Y. And same with this one. Oops. So this needs to be height, right? Like this. So save it, run it. Okay. So we can just make sure the first one is home, right? So where we can see everything. Then we can have history. We can have maybe your videos, liked videos, watch later, right? Something like that. Okay, so let's minimize this and just do that. Okay, so here, right, let's just make sure that we have home like this, right? And this um let's set it to your videos, right? Yes, let's set it to history like this. We can just maintain 3, right? Like this. Then we need to change this group to, let's say, navigation. Like this, right? Then we need to pass in some icons. So here when I say icon, so this is going to be home underscore outline, right? It's actually a dash. Um, so this is history, right? Do we have an icon called history? Let's just check. So let's run this. Before we do, right, we need to tweak buttons.py. So let's get rid of this part and say root dot icon, right? Save this. Okay, so this should fix it, right? So let's run this. Okay, so we have the Easter icon. Okay, fine. We need to align this to the left. Okay, so let's minimize this. H line. Okay. Let's get rid of these two. Save it, run it again. Okay. Much better, right? Okay, so we're gonna fix this icon. So what we're gonna do, right? Underneath our navigation buttons, right? Just gonna put a line. Then we're gonna put more navigation underneath it. But then underneath the line, we're gonna put underneath our history, right? This is where we're gonna put like the people you subscribe to, right? So they're just gonna appear below here, right? So let's minimize that. Then navigate home.kv. So before we put this line here, right? We don't need to put this inside the scroll here, right? We can just put this here directly. So let's just do that. Let's cut this and paste it here, right? Then we can put our subscriptions inside the scroll view now. So here, let's put a box layout. And let's tap this inside. Okay. Save this. So underneath this navigation tab, right? I'm just gonna put a box layout. And we're gonna give this some size in y of none, and our height, let's set it to 1 display pixel, right? So we have these, right? So I'm just gonna copy this, then paste it here, right? Then let's tab it properly, right? So we're just gonna make this line, let's set it to C4, 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 right? So it's going to be a gray color, right? This one, let's change it to subscriptions. So now we're gonna have all our subscriptions appearing here, right? So we need to add these using Python code, right? So let's just run this and see. Let me just copy this and paste it here, right? So we just wanna see if this is looking okay, right? Okay, run it. Okay. Looking good, right? So here we can just add a label here, right? That just says subscriptions. Yeah, that should work. That should look good, right? So minimize this. Where do we have our line? Okay, right here. So here, let's put an MD label, right? And let's say size underscore int underscore y, and we're gonna set this to none. Then our height, we're gonna set it to, let's set it to 20 display pixels, right? Then text, let's say subscriptions, right? So our font style is going to be label. Then all is going to be small. Then color, let's make it gray. So let's put C4, 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 right? So let's save it and run it. Okay. this is a little bit light, right? So let's change the color of this. Okay, let's minimize this. The year, let's put 8D, 8A, 8C, and let's run it again. Okay. It's now way much better, right? So the other thing we can do, right? We can stop calculating the width using the text here, right? Since this says size, we already have the width set, right? So we can just make sure that the width of these are just 100%, right? So that should push these icons in the text, right, a little bit to the left, right? So let's do that real quick. Let's open buttons to apply. Okay. Size. Okay, let's get rid of this width. We're not gonna need it. Let's get rid of the width here also. We have padding. We can actually, but before we do that, let's run it and see how this looks. Okay. We're still getting a lot of space here, but it should be fine. So now let's get rid of the spacing. The padding. I mean, this right here. So this should reduce the size going to the left and the right side. So let's run it again. Now it's much better, way better. So what we're gonna do, right? With the subscriptions, right? We're just gonna create a custom widget. But then with the custom widget, right? In this space where we have icons, we're just gonna put images, right? So that we can see, let's say, it's Steven here, right? We're gonna see the profile picture of Steven, then the name on the right here. So that's what we're gonna do. So let's minimize this and do that real quick. So and let's put the KV logic. Okay, let me just copy this. Then I'm just gonna say subscriptions. As you say, subscriptions tab, right? So here we have a float layout. Let's navigate to 100 KV, right? Then let's scroll up. So let's just take this. Then get rid of this icon. So let's tape this properly. Like this, right? So now we have our custom profile picture, right? And subscriptions tab. So now let's scroll down. Okay. So now right here, right? We're not gonna need this. And this icon is changed to source, right? So this, ooh, okay, and not so fast. Let's copy this first, paste it, then change the other one to source. And now change this to subscriptions tab, right? Like this. Save it. So now we need to import this custom widget, right? So let's open our app folder and init the py file. So okay, right here, let's duplicate this. Then let's change this one to subscriptions tab. Okay, save it, navigate to home.kv. Okay, like this. Here we have icon, right? So let's change this to source, right? So let's navigate to our assets folder and let's look at here we have profile, right? So we're just gonna say profile one.jpg, right? So here let's say assets forward slash profile forward slash profile underscore one dot jpg, right? Let's run this. Okay. Subscriptions tab has no attribute avatar. Okay, let's open patterns.py, right? Let's copy source. Okay, this should fix it. So let's run it again. Okay. Minimize this. Let's go to home.kv, right? And let's give this some spacing. Let's give it some spacing. Let's give spacing of what now? 20 can be a lot. Let's first try 10 display pixels, right? Save it, run it. Okay, so here we have some space, right? So now we need to add some space between this and our name, that the name account that we subscribe to, right? So let's minimize this and let's open buttons.py. So we need spacing here. So right here, let's say spacing. Let's first try 20 display pixels, right? And here, right, let's try this. Shorten. Let's look at our widgets, right? And labels. Let me just copy this. I don't want to mess it up. Okay, save it. Let's go to one.kv. Let's select this and let's multiply it by 3, right? So let's run it. Okay, so now it's shortening on the right side. Okay, fine. This is looking good. 20 display pixels is a bit much. It's a bit much. So let's reduce this to 10. So it's going to be here, right? Okay. That should fix it, right? So what we need to do now, right? We need to fetch our subscriptions from our Python file and our categories from our Python file, right? But the other thing that we can do, right, just need to make sure that we get the information for our videos, right? Like the thumbnail, the account name, the video title, views, right? So that we can just do that one time. Then we can just make sure that we're now fetching the information from our database, right? After dealing with the whole, excuse me, like the whole UI, right? First, right? So let's work on this part, right? So what we need to do is open tables.py here, right? Then inside here, we need to create some custom widgets, right? So the first thing we need to do, let's say class, and let's just call it video tab, right? So this is going to be, let's make sure this is clickable, right? So first we need to import button behavior, right? Then make sure this is a box layout, right? So for now, we're just gonna put pass, right? So now let's define it inside G, right? So paste it here, right? Like this. So what we need, right? First things first, let's give it some orientation of vertical, right? Then some spacing. Let's give you some spacing of 10 display pixels, right? And some padding. So let's make it 10 display pixels, right? So we don't want to make it the spacing for padding too much, right? So we're gonna the grid layout that's gonna contain these video tabs, right? We're just gonna make sure that they have some spacing of 10 display pixels. Excuse me. Then after making sure that we have some spacing, some padding of 10 display pixels, right? We're gonna give the grid layout some spacing of 10 display pixels. So all in all, right, the it's gonna look like there's spacing of 20 display pixels on the left and right and top and bottom, right? So let's change this to padding like this, right? So we haven't given this some height just yet, right? So the first thing is need to put inside this is inside this the box layout, right? So we can put an image, right? I'm thinking of putting a box layout, right? Then we can use the canvas and source property, right? To create a thumbnail, right? So here we're gonna say box layout. Here let's say this is going to be a problem, right? But anyways, for now, let's say sizing underscore y, right? So let's set this to none. Then height, right? So let's set our height to 200 display pixels. Like this, right? So let's open on the KV, right? Let me just scroll to the top. I need this part. Where do we have tables.py? Okay, yeah, right. I prefer using this part. Okay. So after doing this, right? So we need to change this rectangle to a rounded rectangle. Then we need to pass in some radius, right? So what we can do is we can make it rounded on the top, then flat at the bottom, or we can just make sure that it's rounded on all four corners, right? So let's just put DP20, right? If we just put one value like this, it's going to put a 20 display radius on all four corners, right? So let's start with that. it's not looking too good, we can now change it to maybe rounded out the top only, then flat on the bottom corners, right? Like this. So after doing this, let's pass in some source, right? So this is going to be our thumbnails, right? So source. So here when I say assets / let the folder is thumbnails. Let me just check. Okay, it's thumbnails / let's open this. So thumbnails, those are PNG files, right? So here let's say thumbnails.png. Let's close this and get rid of one quote here, right? And save this like this, right? So this should show our thumbnail, right? So underneath our thumbnail, right, let's put a box layout. So let's give this box layout some size underscore int underscore y of none and some height of 40 display pixels like this, right? So inside here, right, we're going to put the image, like the profile picture of the person who uploaded the video, right? Then next to it, we're gonna put the video title, right? So here, right, let's where do we have let's open home.kv, right? I'm just gonna copy this, navigate back to tables.py, then I'm gonna paste it here, right? So select everything, shift tab it once, then this one is just going to be a float layout. I'm not gonna use the custom float layout, right? So here's custom profile picture, right? So for now, I'm just gonna select this, then replace this, then yeah, I'm just gonna say profile, right? Let me just check inside the profile directory, right? So we have profile 1.jpg. Then you're just gonna say _1, then .jpg, like this, right? So next to it now, we need to put an MD label. Right, so here when I say text, it's going to be so here for now we're just gonna say blah blah blah, right? Like this. Okay, let's give this box layout some spacing. So here when I say spacing, let's set it to 20 display pixels. Okay, let's go back to working on our MD label. So let's give this some font style of let's say title. Then raw. Let's start with medium. All right. Then bold. Let's set it to true, right? Or let's change the raw to large. Then the font style. Let's keep using label like this, right? So let's not use any H align, right? because by default the MD label is aligned to the left, right? Then we need that shorten thing. Let's go to PyThon.py. Copy this. Table.py. So let's paste this here, right? Okay. So I believe even if our label is too long, just gonna chop it up, right? So now after doing this, right, we need to have some text, right? So this is going to be the name of the account, right? Then we're gonna have total subscribers and views, right? So we can have subscribers and views in one line, right? Just having two MD labels. Then we can have the name on its own, right? So let me just copy this, then paste it here, right? Then but here now we're not gonna need this floatlet, so let's get rid of it. So what we need to do here is we can actually put everything in one line, right? Let's say the name or the views and the subscribers, right? Then we can just like use an F string. So for now, right, let me just say two views. Okay, so here with let's not use this one. Let's use this one. So when I say two views, 3 subscribers. Like this, right? So now we don't need this box layout now. So let's take this, put it here. Okay. This needs to be, let's make this one small, right? Get rid of the bold. I don't believe we're gonna need shorten here. So let's get rid of these two. Okay. This size isn't wide, it's too much. So let's set this to 20. And let's copy this line, paste it here, right? So now this is going to be the name of the account that posted this, right? So here, let's just say test account, like this, right? So let's save this, right? Then now let's give this then old tab, let's give it some size int y. So when I say size int underscore y, when I set this to none, or let's just pass in size int y. So when I say none, none, right? Then you're just gonna say size int. Then you're gonna say size, right? So the width, for starters with, let's say 300 display pixels, right? Then our height, just gonna say self dot minimum underscore height, like this. So let's save this. Because what we can do with these video tabs, right? Let's navigate on .kv. So we need to put these here, right? So for now, let's do this video tab, right? like this. And now we need to import this video tab. So let's navigate to, we're going to be using these, right? Importing them using the Python code, right? But for now, for us to display these, we need to import it inside our init.py file, right? So here I'm gonna say import video tab, right? Then I want to say widgets dot tables video tab, right? Like this. Now we need to change this. So let's set this to 4, right? Like this. And let's run it. Okay. Import widget tab, widgets.tables. Okay, so we are not seeing our thumbnails, right? Okay, let's minimize this. Tables.py. Okay, so this is thumbnail underscore 1, right? So let's run it again. Okay. So the other thing we need to fix is the width of this, right? So that if we maximize it like this, right, you can just see a little bit more for our video tab, right? But cannot see the whole thing. So what we can try and do, right? We can just say the parent, like the size of our grid layout, right? Then we divide it by 4. That's what I'm thinking, right? And the other thing, we might as well just add a little bit of color so that we can separate this from the background, right? Yeah, that should work, actually. Okay, so let's minimize this and first sort this width theme first. Then we can move on adding a little bit of a gray background to this thing. All right, so let's minimize this. Okay. So right here, right, let me just try an experiment here. So when I say DP, right, then we're gonna put parentheses. So inside here, right, when I say self dot parent dot width, then we divide it by 4, right? So let's try and run this and see if it works. Okay. This worked. Okay. So I believe we can, okay. This will maintain the spacing, right? So we can actually reduce the spacing here to 10 display pixels, right? Then try to put a background image here. Okay. Minimize this. Okay. Reduce the size of this to 10. Run it again. Okay. So for now, right, we can just maintain this, right, without the background color or anything, right? Then now let's focus on fetching these and these using Python code, right? Fetching the information straight from our database, right? So let's do that real quick. So let's minimize this. So let's reduce the size of this, right? So let's just leave it like this so that we can see if we have a problem here, right? Okay. So if you look at this, right, in our directory, right, underneath our widgets folder, right, we have this create.py file, right? So what this is just like what can you call it? Just a script that helps us to create a database, to create some tables and add some text data inside there, right? So what we're gonna do, right? So I'm using XAMPP, right? But with this script, we don't have to open up XAMPP, right? We can just run it. And if you already have a database with the same name, with this name, right? We're just gonna delete it. Right. So if you have the same if you have a database with the same name, you're just gonna have to change it here, right? So what we need to do, right, is we just need to run this file, right? So let me just run the file. Okay, let's look at our okay database. YouTube clone is ready. All tables created successfully. All tables cleaned. Sample data inserted successfully. Connection closed, right? So with this script, right, let's say we have something we need to change, right? We can just change it, then run this file again, right? So it's just gonna clear whichever tables we have, and it's going to create new tables, updated tables and whatnot, right? So that we don't have to go through the whole process of changing one thing one by one and all that stuff, right? So just trying to make things easy, right? So after running this, we can close this file. Then let's open one.py, right? The first thing we need to do is we need to be able to get a logged in user, right? But since this is the home page, right, we just need to fetch everything. So what we're gonna do is we are not going to fetch videos based on logged in user. We're just gonna fetch everything, right? So what we need to do is we need to create a function. We just call it onEnter function, right? We can just use this one init, but let's try using init. So here, let's say clock, right? Clock dot schedule underscore once. Then let's put parentheses. So inside here, right, I always like to use the function that I call run essentials, right? So inside run essentials, right, depending on the screen or what we're working on, it just fetches the user ID and fetches all of the stuff that we have to fetch each time we load up a screen, right? So here I'm just gonna say self dot run underscore essentials. So we don't have this function just yet, right? So yeah, I was gonna say comma one. So I'm not gonna put parentheses here. Then underneath here, I'm gonna create the function. So define run underscore essentials. Then it's gonna take in self. You can just say delta time or time delta, right? Yeah, or you can just put underscore. Then inside here, right, we need to fetch videos, right? So whenever we run our function, right? So I'm thinking of changing this init function. But for now, let's just proceed here. So what we need to do is we need to get our videos, right? So let's create a function. So here we're just gonna say self dot get underscore videos. Then we're gonna put in parentheses. So let's copy this. Then right here, when I say define, then paste this get videos, right? It's gonna take itself. Then inside here, we're just gonna say pass. So right here, we need to import this. So this is going to be from kivy.clock import clock, right? So it's going to be this line. If you're not using PyCharm, and you cannot import with such ease, right? Then here, right, let's get rid of this. Then here, let's just say star args, right? Like this. And let's change this to on enter, right? Okay. So the reason why I changed these to on enter, right? If we just use init, right? It's just gonna run and everything is gonna happen in the background, right? Before we even see the screen. So what I wanna do is each time we have the screen on display, that's when we're gonna run this function, right? So that we can just keep whichever videos we have arranged on our screen, right? We just get the new products each and every time, right? So now we have these, right? What we need to do is we need to create a list property right underneath our user ID here, right? So right here, we're just gonna say videos. Then when I say this is equal to a list property, right? So let's import this. Okay, now we are done importing this, right? So there is something we forgot to do when we ran create.py, right? So let's just do that real quick. Let's minimize this and this. So if you look at the main directory, right, the YouTube, right, Amazon clone. Let me just ignore this. I actually copied the template we used for the Amazon clone, but anyways, let's proceed. So here we have this directory named data, right? And inside here we have connection.py, right? So inside here we need to paste our database name, right? So we called it YouTube underscore clone, right? So let's paste it here, right? So each time we're trying to connect, right, we're just gonna call this function, and this function is just gonna return this connection, right? So that we don't have to write this each and every single time and have these variables created each and every single time, right? So we're just gonna call this function, right? So let me close this one. Okay. So right here inside our get videos, right? Let's get rid of this pass. Then inside here, we're just gonna say when I say it's equal to connection, right? So now we're gonna pass in the connection that's going to be returned by that function we were looking at a few seconds ago, right? So let's import this. So this is inside data.connection.connection, right? So here it's gonna look like from data.connection port connection, right? Then here's the connection. So now that we have the connection, we need to create a cursor, right? So here we're just gonna say cursor is equal to con dot cursor, right? Like this. Then here let's have a try block, right? So here we're gonna say try. So what are we trying, right? Let's have an SQL function. Then we're gonna have values, right? And other thing, right? We need to code this, right? So let me copy it. Then here I'm gonna paste this. Then at the start here, I'm gonna say self dot. So this is the only way we can call this from inside this function, right? So I'm gonna say self dot videos. When I say it's equal to empty, right? So the reason we're doing this is whenever we gonna be fetching information, right, we have to create this list property variable, right? And then add new stuff there, right? So that we don't have like adding old stuff on top of new stuff on top of old stuff, and we might just add new stuff on top of old stuff, and we might have some videos that have already been deleted, right? So This makes sure that each time we try to get our videos, we first clear everything. Then we're gonna populate it again with new information, right? So now that we've done this, here we need to say SQL, right? So this shouldn't be a list. So here let's put our triple quotes, right? Okay. So what we need to do, right? Let's take create.py. Then what do we have? Split right. I can't see this thing. Okay, so now let's split this. Okay, so where do we have we need to fetch our videos, right? Okay, here we have videos, so let me just reduce the size of this. Home.py. Okay, so here, right, what we're gonna need is the video ID, right? Do we need the user ID? We might need it, but we're just gonna fetch like the name and what do you call it, profile picture, right? Then we're gonna need the video title, description, file path of our video, then thumbnail, views count, likes count, right? Maybe created ad, right? So we need to fetch all this information, right? Then some of the information is going to be here. So here we're just gonna take file path. Then here we're gonna take the username and the profile picture, right? So this is some of the information we're gonna need. Okay, so for now let's leave it at this and finish up the rest of the function. Then we're gonna get back to this SQL statement, right? So here we do need to pass in values because we're just gonna be fetching everything, right? We're not gonna be filtering anything, right? So we just need to say cursor dot execute. Then what are we executing? Our SQL function, SQL variable. Then here we're gonna say, let's just say results. It's going to be cursor dot fetch all. Like this. Then you're gonna say for X and results, right? Here I'm just gonna say cost for now, right? But we need to create what call it a dictionary, right? So after doing this, right, we need to append the dictionary, right? But we don't have it just yet, right? So what we need to do is yeah, let's fix this so that we don't get any error. So we need to say except, then exception as error, right? Like this. Then we need to show a pop-up. Let's say if you have an error, right? Then the pop-up just displays, then you can see what error we have and the system doesn't crash, right? So here we're gonna say warning underscore pop up. I'm gonna say this is equal to warning pop-up, right? Then here we need to put parentheses, right? So this warning pop-up widget, right? If you look at our widgets folder, right, we have this where did we put it? Okay, we have this file called popups.py, right? So here we have this warning pop-up, right? So we're just gonna call this, right? So let's import it here, right? So we're gonna say from widgets.popups import warning pop-up, right? Then you're gonna say warning pop-up dot title, right? So this is going to be the text that's written on the warning pop-up. Excuse me. So let's put an F string here, right? Then inside here, we're just gonna pass in our error, right? So this is just gonna show us our error. And just to make sure that the warning pop-up display is just gonna say warning pop-up dot open, right? Then underneath that, let's put a finally, right? So you wanna say final. Then when I say if con, right? So if there's a connection, when I say connection dot close, right? So let's put parentheses here, right? So now let's work on this, right? So that we can fetch the information we need. Then we're gonna pass in that information to this one. So let me copy this. So here when I say self dot videos dot append. So whatever we append, we're gonna create a dictionary. We're just gonna call data, right? And save it. Let's get rid of this pass and create that dictionary. We're just gonna say data is equal to then our dictionary, right? So let's save this. So now what we need to do is just work on this, then we can know which information we need here, right? So if we look at create.py, right? Where do we have this? So we're gonna need the video ID. Then with this one, we're gonna take what are we taking? So here let's say ID. Like this, then this for example. So since it's going to be the first one, so we're just gonna say a string of, so we're just gonna take the ID, right? And the ID by default is just an integer, right? So we're just gonna take this ID and turn it to a string. So you're gonna say x at index 0, right? So this is going to be our ID. Then I'm gonna put a comma. So if we look at our table, the next thing we have is user ID, right? And the user ID, we're gonna take the username and the profile picture. So we're gonna take two things, right? So right here, so now we've username and profile picture, right? That's two. Then we're gonna take video title, 3, description. We're not gonna need description. Then we're definitely gonna need file path, right? Or we might not pass it. Then we're gonna need, so let's not pass it here, right? We can just fetch this after we open the video, right? So here we have thumbnail ID, right? So let's scroll up thumbnails. So we're just gonna take file path. So now we have 4 things that we need. Then we're gonna need views count 5 and 6 likes, right? So I'm gonna copy this and paste it 6 more times. So 2, 4, 5, 6, like this, right? So this is going to be user name, right? And profile pic, right? Like this. Then after this, we have title. Then we don't need description. So here we're gonna need thumbnail ID, right? So this is going to be file path. Then here we're gonna need views count. Then we're gonna need likes count. Okay, right? So now we're gonna fetch the information, right? But we don't know where we have these indices, right? So let's just fix the ones we are fetching from our videos table, right? So it's going to be index 0. So it's going to be at index 2, where we have title. Okay, so title is going to be at index 2, right? File path. There's not the file path we need. So from here, we need to jump to views count. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So this is going to be 6. And this is going to be 7. So username is likely to be index 8, and this is going to be index 9, and this is going to be 10, right? So let's just put this for now and then worry about it later, right? So if you have any issues, we're just gonna fix this. Then this is going to be at index 8, right? So now what we need to do is fetch these stuff, right? So right here, right, how many tables are we joining here? So we're gonna join users, right? So this one and this one. Okay. So here, right, I'm just gonna say select, so here we're just gonna say v dot star, right? So v dot everything, right? Then we're gonna pressing we're just gonna say u dot username, right, as username, like this. Then we need to say u dot profile pic as profile pic, right? Then let's scroll down. We're gonna need thumbnails. So when I say t dot biopath, as bio underscore path, right? Like this, right? So let me check. We have username, you the profile pic as profile pic, t dot file path as file path, right? Okay, fine. So now let's do the joining and other stuff, right? So from here, we're gonna say from videos, right? Then here we're gonna say v. Then here let's say left join u, right, on v.id, right? So it's v.user id, okay. Then here when I say v.id, like this, right? Then I will need to join the other one also. So let me duplicate this. So the next thing we need to, this needs to be uppercase. Okay, much better, right? So we forgot something here. So let me just create some space right then here. I'm just gonna say users. Then let's change the other one to thumbnails, right? So this needs to be T, right? So you're gonna say T what am I doing? So this needs to be what thumbnail ID, right? Wait a sec. Okay, so we need to paste this here, right? So this needs to be v dot, not v dot id, right? So this needs to be u dot id, and this needs to be t dot id. Then let's join thumbnails T on, so this needs to be v dot thumbnail id. It's going to be t dot id, right? Then when I say join users, right, u on v dot user id is equal to u dot id, right? Let's just say order by id, right? Descending. Okay, so let's say this, right? So what we can do, right? Let's just comment this out. Then let's just print. I just have a feeling like maybe I messed up the whole SQL statement, but anyways, let's just print results, right? So let's print X here, right? And say this. So what we need to do, right? Let's just run this and see if we don't have any errors or messed up anything. Okay, so let's see here, right? So this is the information, right? Okay, so we fetched our information just fine. So this is going to be the username, right? And this is going to be the image file path. And this is going to be the thumbnail, right? Okay, so let's count here, right? Let's uncomment this. So ID, that's index 0. Then title, that's index 2. Didn't have description. So views count, let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 6, right? So that's views count. Then likes count, 7. So this is going to be 8. So username is going to be 9, right? Then profile picture is going to be 10. Then thumbnail is going to be 11, right? So let's put 11 here. Then make this 10 and make this 9, right? Okay. So let's see here. So here you can see the file path, right? There's just an issue with this, right? I should have just checked this before I started recording, but anyways, we can fix it. So if we navigate to our assets folder and navigate to profile, right? So you can see we have profile 1, profile 2, profile 3, and profile 4, right? And these ones do not match, right? So what we can do, right? We can just change the names to these names. It shouldn't be a problem. Or we can just change the names of these to these. Excuse me. So I'm thinking of changing the names from these to these, right? So where do we have create the pilot? Okay, yeah. Let's scroll up. Where do we have users? Okay, thumbnails, users, right? So right here that when I say assets / profiles, right? / then profile underscore one, right? So let me select this, copy it. Okay, paste this here, right? So let's say this like this. So this should fix. So this one is just profile, not profiles. Okay. Right. So let's make this one 2 and 3 like this, right? So let's say this. So we need to run this file again, right? So it's gonna clear the tables and add the stuff again, right? So let me stop this from running. So let me run current file. Okay. So now we have this, right? Let's run our app again and see if we can now fetch this, seeing the new file parts, right? So let's minimize this. Okay, so now we have the new file parts, right? Okay, fine. So now let's proceed. Let's reduce the size of this. Close create.py. Let's close pop-ups. We're not gonna need the om.kv, but let's just leave it up there. Labels, get rid of it. Buttons, get rid of it also. Right. So now that we have this, right, we can now get rid of this print X. So what we're gonna do from now on is we're gonna take the data, right, for each one of these, right? Then we're gonna send it to this list property variables, right? So there's going to be a list that contains many dictionaries, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say on videos, right? So we're gonna say when this is disturbed, we're gonna do something, right? So that's what we need to do so that we don't have to like manually code this, like, okay, this, then we're gonna say self dot show the videos or what, right? So we're just gonna say once this variable is disturbed, this is gonna happen. So here when I say define on underscore videos, right? So this one I take in self, then instance, then videos, the videos list variable self, right? So what we're gonna do here is we need to make sure that, remember we said when you populate this, right, each and every time we clear this. So now that we clear this list property variable, right, we need to make sure that we clear where we are showing the videos, right? So here, let's create a variable. Just gonna call it table, right? Then here I'm gonna say self dot igs dot read. So let's navigate to kv. So here we have video tabs, right? Category is list. Let's just call it videos list. So let's paste this here, right? So after doing this, I'm gonna say table dot clear underscore widgets, right? So let's put parentheses here, right? So each and every time we disturb this list variable, right, we're gonna clear the table. We're gonna clear where we have all our videos first. Then we can add the new videos afterwards, right? So that we don't have to like have information repeated or old information on top of new information on top of old information, and showing some things that may have been deleted, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say for X in excuse me, in videos, right? So here we're gonna say video. When I say this is equal to, let's open tables.py, right? scroll down. So we have video tab here. So we're gonna say video is equal to this video tab. So let's import this. So we're gonna say from widgets.tables import video tab, right? So what we're gonna do is we need to pass in the information, right? So we don't have these variables just yet, right? So here, let me just copy this and paste it here, right? So let me get rid of the commas. So what we're gonna do here, let me just select this. Paste this here like this, right? So here we're gonna say it's equal to X. Then here we're just gonna say ID, right? So this needs to be inside quotes, right? So this is how we fetch something from a dictionary, right? So since ID is like a protected word, right? Inside Python, right? So you're just gonna say ID underscore, right? So let's just do the same for this one and do the same for this one. But we're not gonna touch this one here because inside our tables it's written like that. And this is MySQL, so we're just gonna touch the Python stuff. Okay. So now I'm just gonna copy this and paste it here, 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 and here like this, right? Then okay, so just follow along. It's gonna make sense in a minute. Okay. So now we've said this, right? So we're definitely gonna need a callback, right? Let's say when we click on our video, right? You can just get taken to the next screen, or a pop-up shows where you can view the video and see the description, the comments, and see other videos related to it and whatnot, right? So views.count. Okay, so let's keep this like this, right? So we're gonna need a callback. So let me duplicate this ladder. Then here we're just gonna say callback. When I say it's equal to let's call it self.open video. When I say self.open underscore video, right? So we don't put parentheses here. Because if we put parentheses, the function is gonna run before we click on it. So here let's create the function. We're just gonna say define open video, right? So it's gonna take in self and instance, right? So for now, we're just gonna say pause like this, right? So another thing, we need to add this video tab to this table, right? So for each video inside our videos list, right, we need to add each video to the table, to our grid layout, right? So here we're just gonna say table dot add underscore widget. So we need to add video like this, right? So this should add videos, right? So if we run it, we're just gonna get some errors because we don't have these yet, right? So I'm going to select this. navigate to tables.py and paste it here, right? Okay, so this needs to be a string property, right? So I'm gonna copy this and paste it here, 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 and here, right? So let's say this. This needs to be an object property, right? Or callback needs to be an object property. So when I say object property, then inside parentheses, we need to say allow none and set this to true, right? So let's get rid of this type over here. Okay, that should fix it, right? So for now, let's just run it, and we're not gonna see this information, right? Because we haven't updated this part just yet. But let's just run it and see if we can get. Let's see. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So let's see if we can get these. Object has no attribute with self with minimum size. What's the minimum size? What was this thing now? Let's try and see what this thing is, right? But I just remembered something, right? So we set this to a string property, right? So let's just go back to 1.py, right? And okay, we turned it to a string already. Okay, so this is fine. We can keep it like this, right? So where do we seem to have an issue, right? I believe it's somewhere in here, right? So I think the problem is here, right? So let's go to home.kv and let's get rid of these here, right? Um then let's open init. Let's get rid of this. Right, so let's try and run it again, but I think this should fix it. Okay, so now this is telling us where the issue is, right? ESLF.parent.width divided by 4, right? So this is where the issue is here, right? So let's minimize this. Excuse me. So what we can do, right? Because the reason why I was trying to do this is we just need to make sure that we divide the parent, right? So at first, right, since we don't have anything here, right, this is not going to have any parent. So it can't divide anything, right? So we just need to find another way of doing this. So let's try something, right? Let's wrap this inside parentheses like this, right? So when I say self.parent.width, if self.parent, right? Then else, let's just say 0, right? So let's try and run this. Because I'm thinking of saying we can only pass in the self.parent width if we have it, right? So let's run this and see if it works. Okay, so it worked, right? So remember in our terminal we had 6 items and here we have 6 items, right? So now let's just make sure that this information and this and this and this is coming from our database, right? So let's minimize this and do that real quick. Okay, so here, right? We need to say root dot. Let's get rid of this right here, right? So what did we call it? So here it's a profile peak, right? So let's paste it here, right? Nah, that's not the one. So this right here is root dot profile underscore peak, right? Then this one should be file path. Paste it here. Then this needs to be root dot title. Then this needs to be root dot username, right? So this here, right? Let's put an F string. So here, where I say root dot views underscore count, right? And here when I say root dot, this should be lights, right? Okay, so let's save it. Let's run it and see if we can see the information come from our database, right? Okay, what's happening now? Okay, so here right we have some different thumbnails, different profile pictures. So seem to have an issue with this one. Okay, so we're gonna look it up. And then here we have 200 views, 160 views, 50, 120, 25 likes, 10 likes, 14, blah, blah, blah. So we seem to be getting our information from our database, right? And here, let's just make this bold, right? It's just small, but we just make it bold and make it gray. So let's minimize this. Labels more, then we're gonna say bold. We're gonna say this is equal to true. Yellow color. When I say hashtag AD8A8C, right? save it. Then let's run it again. Oh, let's just leave it black, right? Okay, save it. Let's run it again. Right. So now we can see this, right? And if we click on this, we can see the enlarged image. So this is the profile picture we can't see, right? So maybe when we're editing our database, right, we made a typo here. So let's minimize this. Let's look at create.py, create users. Okay, so this is .png, but everything was .jpg, right? So we can just say JPG like this, right? And we can just run this file, right? Run current file. So with this thing starting to act up, I don't like it. Okay, so let's run our app again, right? And now we should see our profile picture. Okay, so this is fine, right? Excuse me. So now what we need to do, right? We can just see who we subscribed, what's next, or we can just work on these and these later, right? Then we just work on the logged in user profile picture, or let's just work on the search, right? So that if we type something, then we can just search here, right? So let's minimize this. And let's scroll up. Okay, here we have get videos, right? So we're just gonna tweak these get videos. So let me select it. So let me paste it underneath this one, right? So here I'm gonna put a line of hashtags. Let me just put 3 hashtags. Then here I'm just gonna say search. Then here we're gonna say search. All right, this, right? So this needs to return a value, right? And then we're gonna use this value to filter, right? So here, right, I need to uninstall this thing. So here, right, if you wanna search something, right, let's search using username, title, and description, right? So here we're gonna say where v dot title, then we're gonna say like, then we're gonna let's just put our percentage as here, right? Then we're gonna say or. So what I'm gonna do is just gonna copy this, then paste it, and paste it one more time, right? So let's replace this with description. This needs to be lowercase, like this. Then here, right? Um, let's have username, right? So here, let's say u dot username like this, right? So let's save this. Okay, so this should allow us to save, right? So now we're gonna need values here, and this is going to be a list, right? So we're gonna take the value, right? So this is going to be our text, right? So we're gonna be using this text to fetch whatever we wanna fetch, right? So what we need to do here is let's take this value, right? Then let's store it. Should we still do it here or do it inside here, right? Um, let's do it up here, right? So here we're just gonna say filter, right? So let's call it filter. So when I say so let's put filter underscore text, right? I'm gonna say it's equal to, so let's put an F string here, then curly braces. So before the curly braces, let's put a percentage. Then after that, let's put a percentage. Then inside here, we're just gonna pass in our value, right? The values we're gonna get from our search box, right? So inside our SQL statement, we have 1, 2, 3. So we need to pass in this filter text 3 times, right? So here, let me just copy it, then paste it, comma, paste it, comma, and paste it like this, right? So now let's take our values and also pass it here, right? So let's save this, right? So this should allow us to search, right? So let's open our own.kv, right? And scroll up. Okay, custom profile picture here, right? So what we need to do here is make sure that whenever we press a key, right, we call the function, right? So that we can search with each key that we press, we can search for what we want to see inside our app, right? So under our multi-line folds, right? Let's say on underscore text, right? Then we're just gonna say root dot, we call the function search, right? So here we can just say search dot text, right? Because we're using this ID here, right? So when I say search dot text, right? So let's run this and see if our search box is working, right? Okay, this is working. Okay, our search box is working, right? So now that we have this and we've clicked on our search box, right? Let's just make sure that if we click on this video here, right, we can be taken to another screen, right? We can open the screen and view our video, right? So let's just do that real quick. So let's minimize this. So on our video tab, right? Here, let's add on underscore press, right? So when we click on the whole video tab, right, we should call our callback. So here we're just gonna say root dot callback, right? Then let's put parentheses and let's just pass in root. Excuse me. So now we're able to click on it and do something, right? So if we navigate back to home.py, right, let's scroll down. So here we have parse. So what we're gonna do here, we're just gonna say print. So let's say instance dot id, right? So I believe our ID is ID underscore. So when we call this callback, right, in this callback, we passed in the video tab, right? So if we say print instance.id, we should be able to print the ID that's associated to with the video tab that we would have clicked on, right? So let's just run this and see if we are getting any response. Okay, so let's click this. Right, so let's minimize this. So if you see in here, right, we got these IDs, right? So we're gonna use these IDs to fetch the information that we need, right, and display whenever we try and click or play a video, right? So let's navigate to models.py. Okay, so here we have models.py, right? So what we need to do is we need to create a model view. So just gonna say class. So let's call it video model, right? Then this is going to be a model view, right? Then let's save this. For now, let's just say class. So let's save it like this. So now let's define it here. Okay, like this. Okay, so here we're just gonna say background. So let's just put empty quotes, right? Then we're gonna say background underscore color. So let's just make it transparent, right? So we're gonna say 0, 0, 0, 0, right? So let's close this. So here is put a box layout. So here we're just gonna say box layout like this, right? So we're not gonna put anything inside this box layout. We're just gonna give it some padding, right? So here let's just say padding, and let's set this to 40 display pixels, right? Like this. Then inside this box layout, right, let's put another box layout like this, right? So let's give this box layout some orientation of vertical like this. Then let's not give it some size into it. We just have it take up the rest of the remaining space, right? Then let's give it some padding. So let's give it some padding of 20 display pixels, right? Then some spacing of 20 display pixels also like this. And now let's give it a white background, right? So let's just open my home.kv, scroll to the top and copy this. Okay, and paste it here, right? So then select it, tab it once, right? Like this. So okay, let me just create some space here and reduce the size of this. Okay, so inside this white box layout, right, I'm gonna put two main box layouts, right? So the one on the top is just gonna have a button so that we can close the pop-up, right? So that we don't have to continue watching the video, right? If you don't want to. Then the bottom part is gonna have the part where we can see our video, we can see the title, the description, the comments, total view count, and things like that, right? So right here, let's put a box layout. or we can put an anchor layout. So let's put an anchor layout. Right, let's give it a size underscore int underscore y of none, and our height, we're gonna set it to 40 display pixels, right? Then let's say anchor underscore x. So let's just set this to right, like this. Okay, so now we can put a float layout, and that float layout is going to be anchored to the right side. Then inside that float layout, we're gonna put our button to close our model view, right? So here we're just gonna put a float layout. Then now, excuse me, then give it a size int underscore x of none, and a width of self dot height, right? So this is going to be 40 display pixels because our main anchor layout is height of 40 display pixels, right? So inside this float layout, let's put an MD icon. Let me just go back to home right, and copy this here, right? Okay, paste it here, right? So now let's select it and tab it once, right? So the icon for this one, we're just gonna put close like this, right? Then let's add on underscore press, right? And here we're just gonna say root dot callback. Nah, not callback, man. Dismiss. Right. So this is an inbuilt function inside a model view, right? So with this one, we should be able to close our model view, right? So underneath this anchor layout, we need to put a box layout. So here you're just gonna say box layout, right? So for now, let's leave it like this, right? Let's open tables.py, right? Or we don't need to open tables.py. We can just use the ID of the video, right? And we're gonna use it to fetch the rest of the information that we need. Yeah, that can work. Or we can just take some of the information from let's see, tables.py. So let's go down, right? So here the only thing we don't have, right, that we really need is the video file part, right? So we can actually edit somewhere here, right? So let me just copy these, then paste them here, right? So let's import these. Okay, like this, right? So let's duplicate this. We're gonna need here, let's just say video file path, right? Video underscore file path. Let's save it. So let's add it here, right? So it's going to be a string property. Okay, save it. Let's open norm.py and let's just make sure that we have it. Okay, let's edit here. And now we need to also send it here, right? So video file path, right? Let's so we're just fetching everything using this part, right? So we don't need to really do much here, right? We just have to send it from here. So let me just do this. Right. Okay. So now we need to see where the index where we have our video file path, right? Videos. Okay. So after description, we can actually send description also from here, right? So this was 01, right? User ID. So this was like 1, 2, 3, 4, index 4. Let's see. Do we have something on index 4? We don't have index 4 here. So yeah, let's put 4, 4. Um, 5, 5, 5, 5. So 6. 6 views count. Views count here. So this is 5, 4, 3. So we might as well just send in the description also. 3. Okay. So this is going to be description. So I'm gonna copy this line. Then I'm gonna paste it here, right? Like this. So now we have title and description, right? Description. Okay. Okay. So now we have these, right? So I'm gonna copy these, then move models.py and place them here like this, right? So now we need to navigate to home.py and just make sure that when we call this function, right, we use it to open our model view. So let's take everything from here. Then let's paste it here, right? Okay. So what we need to do, right? Let's select this. Then backspace it like this. Then here, right, let's select this. Then we're just gonna say instance dot like this, right? Okay, that should fix it, right? So now what we need to do, we're just gonna say video dot open, right? And let's put parentheses like this. So let's try and run this and see if we can open our model view, right? Okay, that didn't open. Video tablet. Oh, okay, okay, okay. This is the wrong thing. So here we need video model, right? So it's important we just say from widgets.models import video model, right? So let's run it again. Okay, so here we have our model view, right? Then if we click on this, we close it. Okay. Now our model view is working, right? So now we need to style it a little bit. So let's go to models.py and scroll up, right? So in the first box layout, right? So this is going to act as our current box layout, right? So here, let's say rounded, because we are going to put some rounded edges here, right? So here we're gonna say radius, and let's put some square brackets. Then when I say DP parentheses inside that, we're just gonna say 20, right? Like this. So now we have rounded edges, right? So down here, right? Here we're not gonna do much. We're just gonna say spacing here, right? And here we're just gonna set it to, let's set it to 20 display pixels. The inside here, I'm gonna put a box layout like this. And the first one, let's give it a size int underscore x of let's say 2/3, right? Then copy this, paste it, and this one needs to be 1/3, right? Like this one. So here let's just put buttons as placeholders and see how this looks. So this needs to be button. Save it. So let's run it again. Okay. So this is what this looks like for now, right? So what we need to do, right? We need to put a video player here, right? Then underneath that, we can put profile pictures, labels, descriptions, and space for comments, right? Then right here, we're just gonna put some recommendations, right? So that if you watch this video, right, you can just see more videos just suggested here, right, to watch. So let's minimize this. So I'll select this, push it, push this to the bottom. Okay. Then here, let's get rid of this button here. Then up here, let's give this some orientation of vertical, like this, right? In spacing, let's give this some spacing of mm, let's put 20, right? Then if it's too much, we're just gonna reduce the size of it. So the first thing we need to put here, right? If we open our widgets folder, right? Here, right? We just closed it. Okay, this widgets folder, right? You can see that at the bottom we have this video.py, right? So this is a custom video player that we created, right? So let's scroll up. Okay, so we didn't give this a size in y, right? So we need to pass it inside our model here. Then since this is a custom video player, right? We can easily import it inside our models, look, using Python, right? But we need to just set it up inside our KV syntax, right? So let's just make sure that it's imported inside our init.py file. We don't have it, right? So let me copy this. And this is going to be, let's look at the video.py. Okay. So this needs to be video like this, right? So now let's go to model.py and let's paste it here, right? Okay. So now let's give this some size underscore int underscore y, right? And we're gonna set it to none, and our height, right? We can say the height is equal to the width, right? Then this widget is going to be way too large, right? So now we're going to have to put this inside the scroll wheel, right? But for now, let's do this way, right? So here, let's say the height is equal to uh, self.height divided by 2/3, something like that. Uh, uh, okay, let's say self dot height, right, divided by 2 self dot width. Save this, right? Then now here let's pass in some source. So we're gonna say source. So this is going to be where our video is located, right? So you're just gonna say root dot. So let's scroll down for its video file path. So let's paste this here. So let's run this and see how our custom video player looks. Excuse me. Okay, so let's click here. That didn't run. Um, man, the list of errors, my volume slide, right? Okay. Let's check something real quick. Video reply, right? So it's not seeing this one, right? So we can try something that we can try on Kivy post. So let's comment this out. So you're gonna say define on underscore KV post, right? Okay. Like, yeah. Assets video underscore 5. Okay. Let's reduce the size of this assets videos. So we only have video 1, 2, and 3, right? Okay. Let's check something out. Video 6. Uh Okay. So we don't have video 4, 5, and 6, right? Okay. You can reduce the volume, increase it. We can pause it. Okay. So let's minimize this. Right. So let's open create.py, right? Where do we have videos, right? So here let's just say video 1 is going to be video 2, and this is going to be video 3, right? So let's save it. We're gonna run this again, right? So that we don't have to have videos that would paths to videos that we don't have inside our database, right? So let's open video.py real quick and scroll up. So here, right, when you open our video, I just saw that maybe I can add some padding here, right? But you're only gonna add the padding on the top. So the left padding is going to be 0, right? Then comma. The top padding is going to be 40 display pixels, right? Then the right padding is going to be 0, and the bottom padding is going to be 0 too. So now let's close this. So let's run it again. Okay, so now there's some space here, right? So this custom video player, right? It has some work that needs to be done to it, right? So it's not like fully done, right? I was just sketching like that, right? So I just use it mostly when I'm still in the development phase. But then when I'm done like doing things, right, I just polish it up and do a few things, right, depending on the project. Okay. So let's minimize this. Then let's proceed with working on our models to pirate. So after adding our custom video player, right here, I'm just gonna go to tables.py and I'm gonna copy this. Go to model.py, then paste it here, right? So let me just select this. Okay, then give this like this, right? Now let's before we run it again, right? I'm just gonna navigate to home.kv. So I'm just gonna look for where we have a scroll view like this, right? So I'm gonna copy this and the grid layout. Right. Then navigate back to models.py. So right here, right? So I'm gonna paste this here. Then I'm gonna get rid of the ID. We're not gonna need it. Then I'm gonna take this, then tab it inside. So I'm gonna make sure that this is inside our grid layout, like this, right? Then I'm gonna do the same for all of these, right? Okay, save it. So let's run it again. Okay, so this should allow us to scroll, right? This should allow us to scroll, right? So once we have this, right, what we can do, right, is we can uh, take this and let's just take this, right, and put it next to the name here, right. Then below it, you can just have the description, right. Then below the description, we're gonna put our comments. Right, so let's minimize this, right. So I'm gonna take. Let me just take this line, then cut it, then paste it here, right. Then take root username, cut it, then I'm gonna paste it here, right. Then I'm gonna put some space. So let's wrap this inside curly braces like this. Then yeah, I'm just gonna put dash like this, then save, right. So this MD label here, right, I'm gonna say comments, right. So let's up the light to 40, right. Then here I'm gonna say bold is equal to true. Then the font style, when I change it to title. So we're gonna keep the raw. Let's make the raw media like this. The text, let's make it. Let's put it inside quotes, right. Then below it, we need to put comments, right. So let's say for now, right. Let's scroll up. So if we go to widgets.py, right, we can see that we have these labels, right? And here we have custom labels. So let's select this. Then go to models.py, right? So below, before we show comments, right, we need to put this custom label, right? And let's give it a size int y. So here we're gonna say size int underscore y. We're gonna set this to none. Then we're gonna get this some height. So let's give it some height of 80 display pixels, right? Then let's give this some text, and it's going to be root dot description, right? So let's all look at labels.py, right? So okay, the HR line is fine. The text is black in color. Okay. Um, let's give it some. So here we're gonna say font underscore name, right? We're gonna say app dot body, right? Then we're gonna say font underscore size. Let's set it to 12 scannable pixels, right? Like this. So let's run this and see how this looks. Okay. Um. Okay. So here we have our description, right? Then we're gonna have comments. So for comments, right, what I'm thinking is we're just gonna put a box layout with like 100 display pixels height, right? Then inside that box layout, we're gonna put what do we call them? we're gonna put a grid layout, and that grid layout is going to show our comments, right? So let's minimize this. So below this comments label, right? I'm gonna put a box layout, and I'm gonna give this some size int y. So when I say size int underscore y, and we're gonna set this to none. Then our height, we're gonna set this to, let's start with 100 display pixels, right? Like this, right? So let's open home.kv and let's just copy this. Then paste it here, right? So I'm gonna take this. Okay, so this needs to be comments like this, right? So we need to create the tab for comments, right? So what we can do is we can just say put a profile picture of the person who commented, then the comment and their name, right? Yeah, that can work, right? So let's navigate to tables.py. Then I'm gonna copy this, paste it. So let me put a line here as a separator. Then this is going to be comment tab, right? So we're gonna have an ID of the comment, then username, profile picture, and maybe the comment. So let me get rid of everything else. So here I'm gonna say comment like this, right? Um. Okay. So I'm gonna copy this. Let me just copy everything. Might need some stuff from there. Paste it. Yes, put a line of hashtag here. And this needs to be comment tab. I have a feeling we might need to move this to this one, right? So that we can avoid circular imports, right? So here we have comment tab, right? Size int y. For now, let's leave this like this. Heading, spacing. Let's get rid of the callback here, right? I'm not gonna be doing much in this one. So let's get rid of the pattern behavior here. So we're not gonna need this one. So let's get rid of it. This one, we are definitely gonna need this one. The profile picture and the username, right? So this is going to be username. So label. So let's make this medium, right? Then here, right, let's give it a height of 80 display pixels. Then get rid of this one. So this needs to be root dot comment like this. Okay, root.profile pic, this is fine. Username, root.comment. The height is set to self.minimum height. We don't need to pass in the width, right? So let's get rid of this. Change this to height. We need to change this to size into Y, and let's get rid of 1 and year. Right. So our comment tab should be fine now, right? We might need to put a background color. So let's open this, scroll up, copy this here. Okay, so let's paste this here. So let's change this to a rounded rectangle. And let's give it some radius. So let's say DP, let's say 10, right? Since most of the stuff inside the video model is going to be using 10 display pixels, right? So now we've done this, right? We might need to make this let's make this F2, 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 right? So it's going to be a very light gray color. So let's say this. So just to be safe, I think we should move these to our models, right? So that we can avoid circular imports, right? So I'm gonna take this, cut it, and inside our models.py, let me just paste it on top here. Okay. Now let's take this. And let's paste it here, right? So let's import our box layout. Okay. Save this, right? So inside our video model, right? We should say, like, let's say on ID, right? So once we populate this, we're gonna use this ID to fetch our comments and the name of the people who commented, right? So let's just do that. So let's navigate to home.py, right? Let's just scroll up. We're just gonna copy this from here to here, right? So Control C, navigate back to models.py, and inside the video model, right? Just gonna paste this here. So let's import our warning pop-up like this, right? Scroll up. Okay, let's create some space here. Let's import our connection from data.connection, import connection, right? So here, we don't have self.video. So this should be comments, right? Okay, so let's create this. Let's just put it here, right? So this is going to be a list property like this, right? So let's import this. So it's from Kivy.properties. From Kivy.properties, import list property. So now we need to edit this line here, right? So let me just select this V, right? So I'm gonna change this to C. Then this needs to be comments, right? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna get the information that we need, right? So we're gonna need the ID, right? So here we're just gonna say comment.id. Then here you're just gonna say comment.text, profile picture, then username, right? So here let's just say username. Then here when I say profile underscore pic, right? So what just happened? Okay, save it, right? Let's just look at create.py. I just want to see if we have if this is done properly. Like we have text, right? So this should be C U, then this should be U, right? Because it's going to come from users. So the username and the profile pic is going to come from users. Then the ID and text is going to come from comments. So let's just check here real quick. Like, so comments, right? We have video user ID. So we have text, right? So, okay, this is fine. We might need to get this one created at, right? So let's just edit our SQL statement, right? Okay, like this. So just need to join users, right? Okay, so this is fine. I don't think we need anything else, right? So let's get rid of this. So here when I say where C dot video ID, right? So we're gonna use video ID for this. Is it video ID? Okay. So I'm gonna select this and put an equal sign here, right? So where C dot video ID is equals to percentage S, right? Then order by, okay. So to order here, right? Let's use C dot created at. So let's use this one like this. So for values, we need self dot ID underscore, right? Like this. Okay, so it's a string property, so it's fine, right? So let's see. So we're gonna have our ID, right? Then we're gonna have text, then created at, then we're gonna have username, then we're gonna have profile pic, right? Like this. Then let's get rid of the other stuff. One, two, three, four, right? Like this. Save it. Okay. So now we need to have on comments function, right? So let's just go back to home.py. So I'm just gonna copy this. then paste it below here, right? So this one, we don't need the video tab, we need the comments tab. So I'm gonna change this video to comment like this, right? So here we need created ad, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's minimize this. So yeah, let's put a user name, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and this has to be profile underscore peak, right? So let's get rid of everything else. So let's get rid of the callback because we didn't put a callback in the comment tab, right? But if you want to do it and if you have something you want to do with the comment, you just add a callback, then you're just going to do whatever it is with the callback, right? So we're just going to remove it here. Then here on text, right? Instead of comment tab, we call this comment, right? So let's just put comment here and save this. So now we need to change this to on comments, and this needs to be comments list, right? And let's change this to comments, right? So with this now, right, we should, if we have comments, we should get the comment and display it. Okay, so let's minimize this so that we can have more space to work with. So okay, so for here little init function. So when I say define, then underscore init. So our init function is gonna take in self, right? And it's also gonna take keyword out, right? Then inside here, we're just gonna say super. So let's put parentheses here, right? Init, and init is gonna take in keyword args, right? Like this. So after doing this, this is what's gonna happen, right? Inside this init function, we're gonna put we're just gonna call get comments, right? So to do that, let's use clock. So here we're gonna say clock dot schedule underscore once. This should be an underscore, right? Clock dot schedule once. Then here we're gonna say self dot get comments, right? So we're not gonna put parentheses here. Then let's put a comma. Then let's say 0.1, right? So let's import our clock. So we're gonna say from kivy.clock import clock, right? So with this one, right, we should get our excuse me, get our comments if the video that we select has comments, right? So now we added this created edge, right? So we need to also add it. We have our comments tail up here. Okay. So let me just copy this last one here, right? Paste it at the bottom. Then this should be dot created underscore add, right? Then let's align it to the right. Like this. Then the height, let's make it 20 display pixels. Row is going to be small. Let's make the color gray, right? So you're gonna say color. So let's make it hashtag AD88AC, right? So let's try running this and see if we can get our comments, right? Okay. So let's select this one. Super object just no attribute. Okay, console. So this one doesn't have comments, right? Okay, the volume button works. Let's minimize this. Okay, I think we don't have anywhere to put our comments inside yet. We put it, but we have comments here, right? So let me change it to comments in underscore db underscore list like this, right? And copy it. Okay, so when I run this again, okay, so we have comments here, right? So we have a comment from Bob, comment from Charlie, right? So now we can see our comments, right? So on the right here, right, we should see like our videos from the same category, right? But for now, we don't have video categories just yet, right? So let's create a list, right? And we have to edit our table so that we can now get the stuff from there, right? Okay. Yeah, we can actually do that so that we can recommend videos. Or we can just fetch videos, right? Then arrange them randomly, excluding the video that we are playing currently, right? So we can actually do that. So let's close this and work on the other side. So let's minimize this. Okay. Let's scroll up. So in this one, right, let's give this one some orientation, this box layout, right? So when I say orientation, when I set it to vertical, right? So okay, let's fix that. Right. And spacing. What's the what spacing did we put here? Right? 20. Okay. So yeah, let's put our 20 display pixels, right? Let me just look at this real quick. we might not need to put any padding in this one, right? So let's just put some spacing and let's not add some padding, right? Okay. So let's get rid of this button. So I scroll up. I'm going to copy this one. So let me just copy this and this. Then I'm going to paste it here, right? Okay. Then here I'm gonna say recommendations like this, right? Then this I'm just gonna say recall and recommended videos, right? Like this, right? So now what we need to do is don't need to pass in this height here. So let me just get rid of this. So what I'm thinking is this, right? If we look at our video tab, right? We're just going to have to create something similar, right? But then just arrange it differently. So here we're just gonna show the profile picture and the video title, right? So we're not gonna show the rest of this other stuff, right? So to avoid circular imports, right? I'm just gonna import this video. We'll create this one inside the models.py file. So I'm just gonna let me just select this. Then go to models.py, scroll to the bottom, or let me just put it here. Okay, so let's import our button behavior from kivy.ux.behaviors import button behavior, right? So let's import our object property from kivy.properties, right? Okay, let's save this. So this one we are only going to need this ID, username, profile picture, and title, right? File path, okay, but I need this one. So I'm not gonna show video count, use count, description. Okay, so let's just keep this whole thing the same as it is, right? But then inside the KV part, that's where we're just gonna show this, and this, right? So that's where we're gonna show two tables. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. So let me scroll up and I'm just gonna put it above our video model, right? So I'm gonna paste this here. So yeah, I'm just gonna call this video tab horizontal, right? So let me select this. Like this, right? So let's save this. Okay, so now we don't need the orientation to be vertical here, right? So let's get rid of it. The width, right? So we want the width to be full, right? So here we're just gonna pass in the size into Y, right? Then here we need to say height. So let's set this to 100 display pixels, right? Okay, so here we just need to pass in this width, and when I change this to width, right? Here let's make this to make it a square. Let's put 120 here, right? Well, let's reduce this to 80. Then when I make the width of the image 100 display pixels. Okay. Then here, right? Should we pass in the? Okay, definitely not gonna need this line here. Let's see. So here, right? Let's give this some orientation of vertical, right? Like this, right? Then let's not give it some size in Y. So let's keep the spacing, right? So we really don't need to show the profile picture here. Let's get rid of it. Then we just want to take these and tab it inside like this, right? So we might need to leave this like this, okay? This might actually work. Okay. So what we need to do now is fetch our videos, right? So let's go to home.py. So let's select this. Okay, so let me just put a line, dividing line here. Then paste this here. We're not gonna need this one, but we're definitely gonna need this one. Get videos, right? So I'm gonna paste it on top of our own videos function, right? So you can just put it on below this one videos function. It's not gonna be a problem, right? Then here we need the video tab horizontal, right? The new video tab we created. And then here we need to pass it to, what did we call it? Recommended videos. And we need to create this. So let me copy this and paste it here, right? Like this. Let me duplicate this. And this one should be get videos. Then let's get rid of parentheses, right? Okay. So let's run this and see if we can get our videos, right? Okay. Get videos, take one positional argument. Okay. I'm gonna why. So yeah, I'm gonna say comma time delta, right? So let's run it again. Okay, minimize this. Let's open one.py, right? We need to copy this one. Then paste it here, right? So what we can do, right? We can say, let's try it out first, right? Then see if we can do what I'm thinking. Because I'm thinking of, before we open, right here, we just passing self.dismiss, right? And then we dismiss the current pop-up before we open the new pop-up, right? So let's just run this first and see if we can open it. Then we can worry about closing the first one before we open the second one. Okay, so here we have these, right? So these are our recommended videos. So what I'm thinking of, okay, is let's click here. Okay, that didn't work. Okay. Okay, video 6 does not exist. Oh, I think I remember why, right? Because here inside, where did we have videos? Like, we only had 3 videos, right? But then our the code that we prepared to create our database, right, had up to 6 videos, right? So let's run it again and select the last 3, any of the last 3 videos, right? So let's click here. So that worked, right? So I want to check some. Okay, so we opened the other one, right? And it opened on top of the previous one. So I'm gonna try and see if we can close this first before we open the new one, right? So I'm just gonna minimize this. So right here, right? Let's say self dot dismiss, right? So self.dismiss is a built-in function inside our model view, right? So let's try and see if this works and then open the new one, right? So let's run it again. Okay, so moment of truth. Okay, let's pause this and close this. Okay, so let's open this one, right? Okay, so what I'm thinking, right, we should see if the user, right, likes a video, right? Or if they liked it or not, right? Then you can do the same for subscribing. Then once we do finish with those two, we're just gonna make sure that we make it easy for, let's say, if it's not, let's say if it's not the video logged in user, right, you have the option to subscribe and like, right? So if you liked, we're just gonna show the like icon, right? So we can just have it like black, right? Then if the logged in user didn't like the video, we can just have it like the outline version, right? So let's just do that real quick. So I'm going to minimize this. So right here, right, let's put a line. All right. So I'm gonna copy this. So let me do this so that we can have some working space, right? Okay. So before we go on with this, right, just gonna scroll up. So let me just check here, right? Okay. Let me just clean this up a bit. Okay. So I want to check this so we have user ID name. Okay, so we can actually use this. Let's look at create a pie. Scroll up. ID, username, email. Okay, so here we have what? So we have username, right? Then we have email, so email is fine. Then password and profile picture, right? Okay, so let's see. The first one is Alice, right? Let me just so where do we have Alice profile picture? Okay. Okay. So let's save this, right? But mostly we're just gonna need this user ID. So let's close this here. Right. We can actually let's leave it for now. We might need it. So right here, right, we should have run essentials function, right? So here when I say define run underscore essentials and taking self, here let's just say star args, right? And then this. Then now we're gonna let me duplicate this. Like this. Then I'm gonna take these, right, and put them here. Then you're gonna put parentheses like this, right? So we're gonna let's control D and fix both of them at the same time, right? Okay, so now we have this. So what we need to do here, right? Let's create a function. We're just gonna call it self dot get underscore user underscore ID, right? So let's put parentheses. So we don't have this function just yet. Then right here we're just gonna say user underscore ID. Let's just make it a string property, right? Like this. So let's say this. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna get our user ID, right, from our session.json file right here, right? So we're gonna get this one here, right? Then we're gonna use it together with this ID here to check if the currently logged in user like the video or not, right? So that's what we're gonna do. So to get our user ID from this session.json file, right, let's create this get user ID function. So here we're gonna say define get user ID, right? So it's gonna take in self. So inside self, right, let's have a try block. So you're gonna say try. So inside here, right, I'm gonna say session underscore file, right? So when I say this is equal to our session.json, let's make this lowercase. Okay, like this, right? Then we're gonna say width, then open, right? So what are we going to open? Our session file, right? Then just gonna put an R here because we wanna read it, right? Let's exit parenthesis. Then we're just gonna say as file. So we're gonna open our session file as file, right? Then inside you're gonna say session, right? So we're gonna say session is equal to json.load. So what are we loading? Our file, right? We need to import this. So once we're done with this, we're just gonna say self.user ID, right? It's going to be so we're going to get our user ID, right, from the session.json. And here that it's an integer, right? So we need to convert it to a string so that we can store it as a string, and we can store it as a numeric property, but the numeric property sometimes converts an integer to a float, right? So we don't want to do that because we try to fetch using the numeric property, right, that's converted to a float. We're not gonna fetch the item that we want from our database, right? So the safest way that I like using, right, is I store it as a string. So here I'm gonna say str, right, parentheses, right? So inside this parenthesis, I'm just gonna say session dot get. So what are we getting, right? Inside we're gonna put parentheses, and inside parentheses we're just gonna say user underscore ID, right? So this should allow us to fetch our user ID and store it inside this user ID here. Okay, so now let's close our try block. So here we're gonna say except, we're just gonna say file not found error. Ugh. Then we're just gonna say return none, like this, right? So let's import our JSON, right? So you're just gonna say import JSON. That's how you import JSON inside Python, right? Okay. So now, right, whenever we open our video model, right, we're gonna get our user. Then we're gonna get the comments, the videos, right? So now we need to check the likes, right? So you're gonna say self dot let's call the function check for underscore likes, right? So let me control D this and copy it, then scroll to the bottom, right? So you're gonna say define check for likes, and it's gonna take in self like this. So let's scroll up, right? So I'm gonna copy this here. Then I'm gonna paste it here, right? So we're gonna get rid of this, right? So here, right, let me get rid of this line. So I'm just gonna say select like underscore type, right? So let me see, what do we with likes? Like, so we have what? Like type, okay? Like and dislike. Default, it's like. Okay? So this needs to be from likes, right? Let me get rid of this. Then when I say here where user underscore ID, right, is equal to percentage S and video underscore ID is equal to percentage S, right, like this. So let's put values here, right? So the first one is going to be self dot user ID, right? And the second one is going to be self dot ID underscore, right? Like this, right? So here we're going to execute SQL and our values, right? So for now, let's just say print results. Okay, so let's run this. Okay, so let's minimize this. Okay, so as you can see right inside our terminal here, right, we like the video, right? We returned like, right? So what we can do is we can say if the result, right, is like this, the icon is going to be this, right? Then okay, so let's just do that because I was thinking of ending the first part of the tutorial here, right? Then we can have you displaying this as homework, right? Then in the second part we can pick it up from there, right? But let's just do that real quick. So let me get rid of this creator pie. Then let's split this to the right like this. Then scroll up. Okay, video mode. Okay, with the video player. Right. Here we have the float layout, profile picture, right? So we can put the like button next to this, right? So let's try and do that. So I'm going to copy this float layout. Then I'm going to paste it here, right? Then inside here, I'm going to put an MD icon. So let's give this MD icon now an ID. So we're going to give it an ID of like underscore, let's just say like button, right? So let's make this an MD icon button like this, right? Okay. Then the icon, which icon can we use, right? Okay, so let me leave this empty, right? Then here I say them underscore text underscore color. It's going to be custom, right? Then here when I say text underscore color, let's just make this black. So when I say hashtag and put 6 zeros like this, right? Then let's give this a position yet. So you're gonna say pause underscore end. Then we're gonna put curly braces here. So inside our curly braces, right, we're gonna say center underscore y. Let's start with center x, right? So when I set this to 0.5, right, then now center y, I'm gonna put it at 0.5 also, right? So it's going to be at the center, the dead center for our float layout, right? Then here let's add on underscore press, right? So here let's just say root dot like underscore the underscore video, right? Then let's put parentheses here. So I'm just gonna copy this. Then I'll go here, right? Then paste it. When I take in self, then for now let's just say print, right? So for now we're just gonna print that let's just say liking the video, right? Like this, right? So now let me just check which icon can use root, like on my phone, right? Okay, so let me just pause. Then I can check and look for an icon. Okay. What I'm thinking, right? Okay, for now let's not pass it here, right? But inside our Python code, right? Let's just make sure here it's fetch one, right? So let's run this. I'm gonna check something real quick. Minimize this, right? Okay, same response, right? So here I'm just gonna say for x in results, right? Then inside here I'm gonna say if x is equal to like, right? Then I'm gonna say self dot ideas dot like underscore button dot icon is going to be thumb up, right? Then we're gonna say else. So let me copy this. And let's move this one down here, right? And let's make this one outline. Right. So let's run this. Okay, let's redo this thing, right? But then here we have fetch one, right? And it's gonna return a tuple, right? Since we're only returning one item, a loop is actually pointless, right? So let's get rid of it. And needs to be fixed, right? So we should put a B here. Okay. Save it, right? So what we need to do, right? Let's just get rid of this S here. So when I say if result is equal to or the result is none, right? Right. So we're just gonna say thumb up outline, right? Like this. Then else. So what we need to do, right? Else, right? Let's try and fetch the word, right, from the tuple first. So here we're just gonna say like underscore type, right? Gonna say it's equal to result and index 0, right? Then we're gonna say if like type, right, is equal to like, right? So let me tap this. Let me duplicate this, right? So when I say if like type is equal to like, right? It's gonna say thumb up, right? Else it's going to be thumb up outline, right? So let's run this and see if this works. Okay, so we can see our like button here, right? Okay, this is fine. We need to do the same with the subscribe button, right? So let's just do that real quick. Okay, so let's minimize this. So I'm going to copy this here, right? Then paste it here, right? Then I'm just gonna call this check subscription, right? So let me scroll up. Where do we have this? Okay, so paste this here, then parentheses, right? Okay, so here we don't need this self.videos, right? So then we get rid of it. Then I should also get rid, excuse me, yeah, right? So instead of our KV, right? Our KV syntax, excuse me. Let's have our custom button, right? So let's check home.kv. I wanna see if custom button that is an icon, right? Okay, so let me select this. Oh, we're gonna need the custom flat button. So let's use the custom flat button, right? So that we don't have to deal with the icon. Let's give this an ID, right? So we're just gonna call it subscription underscore button. All right. And we need to pass in the text from our Python code, right? So let's close this. Then let's add in a function here. So when I say on press, then we're just gonna say root um root dot subscribe, right? So let's put parentheses here. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Define subscribe, and it's gonna take it itself. Then now for now, just say print subscribing, right? Okay. So here, right? don't need the icon. Here we need the text, right? So the text here is going to be subscribe, right? And here is going to be subscribe. Then here it should be subscribe, like okay. So we need to tweak this part here, right? So that we can check if the logged in user is subscribed to the video creator, right? To the person who created the video, right? So here, right? Let's do that. So here we're gonna say select. Let's try select one from subscribers, right? Where so here, right? When I need a subscriber ID, right? So this is going to be like the user ID, right? Subscriber ID, right? So I'm gonna get rid of this. Then this needs to be channel ID, right? Like this, right? Then let's paste this here, right? So let's look at create the pie. Subscribers, okay, channel ID, right? So this is going to be channel ID reference is user ID, right? So both of these, they reference the user's ID, right? Mm, so the thing is, right, we're gonna need this user ID here, right? So this is going to be our channel ID, right? So what we need to do, right? When we were creating all the file, right here, right? We didn't send the user ID, right? We only took the username, right? So what we can do, right? We can just tweak this so that we send in the user ID, right? Then now we just make sure we send it everywhere, right? The channel ID, so that we don't get any errors or anything, right? So let's just do that real quick. So right here, right, I'm going to duplicate this. A.py, this is an index 1. So here let's put 1, right? And let's call this one channel underscore ID, right? Then let's say this channel underscore ID, right? So let me copy this. Let's go to models.py. Scroll up. Let's paste it here, right? Let's duplicate this. Channel underscore ID, like this. And let's do the same in all the pie, right? Channel underscore ID. Let's save this. Do we have anywhere we need to? Okay, so we added this in our search, right? So let's add it here also. Let's go to models.py. So here we've added it. Same here. So we need to add it here also, right? So let's save this. Add comments. So here let's try this switch. So this is going to be a string property, right? So I hope we didn't mess up much, right? Okay. So here we're just gonna say self dot channel ID, right? Okay. Now let's look at these now, so that we don't get any errors or anything. Like, let's just run it and see if we get any problems. Okay, so here we have subscribed, right? Which means the logged in user is not subscribed to this user, right? So that's why we're getting these, right? So we're just gonna end this first part of the 2 video series here, right? So on your own, here's what you need to do. You can just work on this, right? On these 2 buttons, right? Then it's just going to be one SQL statement, right? That's if you're not subscribed, if you run it, it's gonna subscribe, it's gonna get you subscribed, right? And if not, it's gonna, if you're subscribed, it's gonna unsubscribe you. If you're unsubscribed, it's gonna subscribe you. That's the same thing with this like button, right? Yeah, these two are just gonna do the same thing, right? So do that as your homework, right? And let me know in the comments if we should just like continue from there in the next part, like in the final part of the series, right? So like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.